Good evening, everybody. I was going to do some cyberpunk tonight, but I was not expecting to be at work for, God, hour and a half, 2 hours past when I was expecting to leave. Anyways, I do apologize. I feel like I'm right back to the problems I had last year getting started on time. And it's also a shame because I really liked playing XCOM earlier, but in this case here, also sorry, I bit my tongue, so I'm trying not to like slur, but it's a little tricky because one side of it is definitely feeling the feeling the consequences. So I'm a bit of a mess. But yeah, I really liked playing XCOM on Monday. And Outlast has kind of become a nice, like, okay, it's like, I don't know, a frozen dinner, or sorry, that's mean to Outlast Trials, but like streaming wise, like this is definitely one that is very easy to pick up, and it allows me a little more regulation in terms of being able to, get certain things done. And on top of it, I just really like playing this. This is a game I've actually like rapidly accelerated my playtime in, just like my like the amount of time I spend gaming in a week. It's actually a little bit of a problem because I have a bunch of stuff I've been wanting to read that I've put off to play this infuriating game sometimes. But I say infuriating just because I had a bunch of connection problems which threw me out of some levels. But it's really, really well done. I like being able to share some of the new stuff with you, although I think we're more or less past it now. So tonight, this is going to be a little bit more about kind of cleaning up some of the stuff that I left before. So we've got some daily tasks to do: hit 5 enemies with a brick or a bottle, disarm 3 door traps, and score a rating of B or above. Now this one might be a little bit tricky because of the weekly task that I'm currently doing: revive yourself or another reagent 5 times using the jammer. So that means in the next 5 missions, I'm going to be deliberately killing myself in the scenario. Not exactly a winning strategy, but there you go. But the good news is I only need to get the rating of B or above once. On top of that, we've got Distract Them. Now, this one I've already completed for the poster, so I do need to hit enemies with the stun rig 9 more times. I can do that at my own pace. However, Help Me, we still need one more task completed for that, and we can do either Discover the Secret Room in 3 different trials, Restore Health with the Heal Rig 20 times, or Disable 20 enemies with the Blind Rig. Now, I think all of these are achievable, but they're going to be ones that I do after I complete my weekly tasks, because, of course, the weekly task is the one that's going to be... Well, okay, sorry. The daily tasks are going to be finishing the earliest. Weekly task, in terms of the long-term things, is the most... it's the one with the shortest timer. So I think we'll probably finish the dailies and the weeklies tonight. And then I'm going to make a genuine effort to try and discover the secret room in the 3 trials. I may actually go so far as to try the heal rig or the blind rig, although there's a side of me that says maybe spending the vouchers on the stun rig would not be a bad idea. Actually, while I do that, just before I go into the next few missions, I think one good thing would be for...
The choice is always yours.
Enjoy it. You be careful with that now. Good luck with that. If it looks like it's gonna explode, you can... Well... You know what? Don't worry about it.
So, was that the smartest thing for me to do? I don't know, but it seems to me like I'm going to want to use the heal and the blind at some point reasonably soon. So, seems like it's good to get those out of the way. Now, one of the things I don't want to do, so one easy thing I could do to sort of get through a lot of these challenges would be to hop into maybe the flashback therapy. I don't know what's on standard, but, like do introductory or something like that and just like blast through. But, you know, in reality, if I rely on that too much, it means I'm going to have a set of unrealistic expectations. In fact, I think I tried an introductory, a standard. I don't think I did an intensive again. But I did do a little bit of variation in terms of Incinerate the Sex Toys just to see what it was like. It felt so empty in even standard, but like introductory after you've played on Psychosurgery for a bit. I was like, wow, like, did I really play on this difficulty before? So it's really interesting to I guess the therapy is working, right? Like you get to see the you know, your shift in terms of expectations. But I also want to be realistic on the extra time that it takes me to do these things, and particularly because I know I'm not necessarily going to get an A+ if I die. In this case, what I want is something with relatively low stakes. So I did Release the Prisoners, which I think is one that I can do relatively easily. And one of the things that I did here was I put it on Psychosurgery. So there's a couple I do here. Now this one, like in the case of, this is more so if I'm doing like co-op with a friend of mine, Kite. So in this case, right, this will give the maximum population of brutal enemies, no player names, extreme psychosis, etc. I put in a mandatory secondary objective. That's really just for my own benefit. And then what I'll usually do is I'll add some extra variators just to, you know, give it some teeth without necessarily making it like an extended length run. And in this case here, Padlock Doors does help me with the weekly task of unlock 15 padlock doors with the rig. So we're doing this one because I can get through it relatively quickly. And then on top of that, it's because I can, you know, I can sort of, I feel like I can reliably achieve a couple of tasks here. And I can sort of, like, the Psychosurgery still means I need to pay attention. I can credibly die. But I feel comfortable enough with Release the Prisoners and my ability to sort of navigate it that I feel like I'm going to be able to choose when I die for the purposes of
freedom. When you release others, you will find release yourself.
Sorry, for the purposes of the
Unlock the prison and release the guilty. Then we will forgive you and let you out.
The purposes of the achievement. The revive only works once for each form. So if I wanted to be maximally efficient with the number of trials that we're facing death with, what I would do here is I would ideally play with someone. Sorry, I know the game's being a bit loud now. But I would ideally play with someone, right? I let myself die with the jammer rig, recharge it, then let my my teammate die, and then from there that would get sort of 2 points towards that trial. But multiplayer is discrimination against the lonely. I've learned to accept that, so we're gonna do our best in the given scenario. Now, big question here is, can I get enough propaganda posters Actually, you know what? Sorry, that was a slightly silly thing to do if I wasn't more careful with my scouting. We'll see if that was a costly choice or not. Yeah, so if there was like a locked, how do I put it? If there was a locked let's not mess with retaliation. But yeah, so if there was a locked like tool, whatchamacallit, okay. It would make more sense. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't count for the padlock, so I guess it evens out. But anyways, the reason I'm collecting the lockpicks are if I can open up the padlocks faster. I'm gonna take the opportunity. All right, I think they just locked the door there. And the game tabbed out yet again. I do not know why that's happening, but it is something that has cost me in previous runs. I will mention, by the way, the... okay, this is promising. Unless it's Henrietta, then I'm gonna... Okay, I do not like that. Let's see where they're walking. Okay, this is gonna get scary. So I'm going to want to be a bit careful with the pitcher running around here, but... Yeah, one of the things I have observed is on psychosurgery, I don't believe I have survived a full psychosis yet. If I can find an antidote, that's fine. I'll be able to recover there. But in terms of like trying to withstand the like being chased by the Skinner Man, I don't believe I've ever been able to do the full run or the full psychosis without succumbing to the wounds. All right. So obviously this is slower progress than I would like on this particular level, but that's fine. See, I'm not really expecting miracles with the posters, but you never know, right? In fact, at this point, I think I'm willing to get a... So I'm going to hang out here for a little bit because I'm going to need to stay put for a few seconds while I lift the gate. Now, there's one of two things that I can do. If there's a propaganda poster in the main room, right, the security room, I can call it right there. I can trigger the end of the level, and then we can worry sort of about the last phase of the plan. There's not that much sort of space, let's say. Okay. You know what? I'm close enough to wrapping this up that I think I'm gonna wait. So
It's a cancer. You
I
gotta
want to be
cut it out
reasonably
while it
quick
feels
on this.
raw.
So I will forego the... oh, there we go. So there's nothing to keep me in here any longer. I thought there was supposed to be intel.
All reagents must be present.
Okay. Okay, I'll take one.
Evacuate the trial.
Oh, hang on. If the rig's deactivated, that's probably... I wonder if this, Whee! Completely forgot to disarm the door traps. Yeah, so B+. I mean, again, like I said, it's one that we can get through pretty quickly. Very strong effort, nearly enough to overcome reagents' genetic and emotional proclivity for failure. So it feels weird, right? Because I do make an effort to try and, you know, do well in these things. Like, I feel I don't like having a large number of deaths. I crossed an unfortunate threshold and got an award, in fact, for it. But, you know, like, this is very clearly the game saying, you know, if you want to get your internet points, you gotta kill yourself. So.
Not great. Is that the future we're trying to make? I need you to join me in the miracle.
Sorry, just getting distracted. So, just give me a quick minute here. Okay. So we're just going to do another one of those. I will claim the 2. So I need to be a little bit better with the bricks and the bottles, but I only need to unlock one more padlocked door. Now I'm still going to do the same scenario as last time, but maybe what we can do is we can move around to another, following the, following the completion of that task. Or actually, I guess I need to have the jammer rig no matter what. So, but maybe we can change it up a little bit in terms of the challenges. Again, like I said, it's a tricky one because the sorts of things that let you go through a level quickly, are also things that in a lot of circumstances make it easier, right? So again, if you do want to go through, like, incinerate the sex toys as quickly as possible, play it on introductory. It's, you know, there's not a whole lot to stop. I mean, like, I think the biggest thing that will stop you in that scenario is your stamina, which is fine. Like, again, that's not a knock to anybody who plays on, you know, who plays on the introductory difficulty, but it's, you know, like, the fact of the matter is that I know how lazy I can get if I spend a lot of time on a lower difficulty and then play one of the more accelerated difficulties. It's actually why I kind of wanted to finish the sort of mowing the grass approach to the like the different scenarios, just so I could like, so that when I went back to escalation, I wasn't, like, getting hit with ultra and then wondering, like, why, you know, oh, why is my run failing? It's like, well, because you're expecting the enemies to have absolutely no peripheral vision, and, you know, everybody just sort of wait for you to take an action. So, let's load up on some goodies. If I can find propaganda posters, that's ideal. I think that was the night vision guy. I'm completely fine making noise for him to get annoyed by because of that. I will confess, the pain of the night vision guy is, like, one of my favorite sounds. Now, one thing I'm maybe going to keep in mind for the next time here, I actually do not know how Coil's rig disable interacts with the resurrection. So, with that in mind, and if I want, I can use the lockpick to open the other door. It looks like I'm going to have to, actually. No, I don't. I just go through the other window. Wasn't the stealthiest move, but I can wait 10 seconds. Unless it's Henrietta that shows up. It's gonna... Oh, we're definitely closing that. Would have been nice to check for more posters. I should have disabled that. That's my bad. That's a shame I don't have another trapped. It is a little funny that this, like...
You can't hide from the man with the axe. Do you see what I see?
Like, the obviously terrible hiding spot down here, it is kind of funny that it doesn't help me. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the variators that will try and sort of keep me honest or give me a challenge while not getting in the way of progress. Although this time, I think it's fair to say propaganda posters are going to be one of the biggest hole. I'm going to take a quick second in the other part of the level. I don't have pigtails. I don't think that was worth it. So obviously I'm making his life easier to come and murder me, but we are up to propaganda posters now. So still not clear that I'm going to be able to get this. Alright, Henrietta's going to be a big problem. That is actually kind of funny. Now, I guess if I wanted a good spot to, like, die in, this would probably be it. Run for your lives! There is actually, I do have a very specific plan that I'm going to employ. I do need to lure Henrietta though. Whee! Quick stamina pick me up. And I don't see Coil yet, so. Alrighty.
Must be present to proceed.
I get the points for using the rig and recharging it, so I think I've said this a few times before, but basically any more or less any positive action you perform gets you points. Now, what I'm going to do a little bit differently here is, this is actually also going to be difficult with Coil in the area. But my plan here is going to be to still trigger the... He might come after me. Anyway, the idea here is I'd still like to trigger the escape. But if I'm gonna die, I want it to be one of the giants to do it.
Please exit the trial. The trial shuttle has arrived.
He's gonna kill me.
You gonna make me work for it? Hell.
Okay, I need something to kill me.
Don't make you easy.
Thank you. Something tells me a defibrillator is not quite going to cover that death, but all right. So as fun as that is, I don't necessarily want to be chasing padlocked doors, because right now a lot of what I'm doing is
A heroic effort, just shy of perfection. I knew when we chose you that you would be a star pupil. You're learning so much.
so basically trying to the padlocks are good for the the specific task I was working on. I still need to do the jammer because of the pacemaker or whatever I think it's called pacemaker in the upgrade, I mean. But I need to do this 2 more times. Now again, just a reminder. Oh yeah, I still need to remember to get those door traps. Oh, actually, okay, perfect opportunity. So Trial Maker is kind of my friend here, so we'll still keep the voice disturbance, no radios, that's fine. Propaganda posters is fine. I mean, I could search all over Hell's Half Acre for the broadcast, but proper propaganda posters seem roughly consistent. But what I'll maybe do here, we already have psychosurgery, right? So, and again, maximum trauma, maximum population of brutal enemies, no player names, extreme psychosis. That's why all of these are sort of locked out. So what I'm going to do here, unreliable doors, is a little bit along the axis of things that slow me down. But they're not a complete deal breaker, let's say. And of course, in this case, extra trapped doors means it's more likely that I'm going to be able to get the, I'm more likely to be able to get the disarm traps. I mean, I could also use the jammer for that, right? I just keep forgetting to. Now, again, there's a few other things that I can do, right? So, like, stay together. I actually don't know why that's not compatible. Maybe it's like the no radio or something. No, incompatible with current trial, right? Oh, because I think you have to start in different sections. Toxic shock, so. I want to be clear. I don't think any of these are bad, and actually, if anything, by definition, bomb countdown is is one that it really encourages you to get it done quickly. But the problem here is I can fail it, and then I don't get the benefit of my the stuff that I'm pursuing. So again, I don't exactly need to like gild the lily here, right? What I'm looking for is the sort of thing that might help me get a little bit better in some of these psychosurgery cases. And I'm actually thinking what might be good here is... Oh, actually... Yeah, I think unreliable doors is where I want to go with this. What if I added... So, yeah, we could do limited intel. That's fine. But let's also do limited hide spots, because I tend to... Like, again, it's easier without the limited hide spots, but, like, I should feel, especially on this one, I should feel reasonably comfortable working my way through. And more importantly... I know I'm allowed to die once. Like, that's kind of the reason I'm doing this thing. But it does give me a little more practice dealing with, dealing with tight spots where I'm not actually able to sort of... I don't have sort of this embarrassment of riches when it comes to, desks to hide under and things like that. So forces me to be a little more thoughtful in terms of how I'm navigating the level. Without, again, or actually, sorry, there's one other point I'll make, but I'll wait for the briefing to finish.
You are the hand of freedom. When you release others, you will find release yourself. Unlock the prison and release the guilty. Then we will forgive you and let you out.
All right, so the other thing that is nice about limiting the number of hiding spots I have is it does force me to make progress through the level. Now again, I am signing myself up for something that that does sort of force me to... All right. Oh! I bungled that. I'm actually a little surprised that I don't have like complete psychosis right now, but I'm happy I don't. But yeah, all things being equal, like I still generally play this very slowly, but one of the things that's nice about having fewer hiding spots is that it generally discourages me for these like extended periods of time where I'm just hiding underneath a desk, waiting for the absolute coast is clear. The other thing that would help stop that, of course, would be the Jaeger, but the problem with that one is, like, you've definitely seen me on some levels try to, to have a permanent Jaeger in the level, and it's character building. Obviously here I know I'm going to die, so I want to be a little thoughtful about... Actually, I can get the points for using my rig. largely a shameless points grab, but... Remember how I said the Jaeger will force me to move quickly through the level? So I still need to be careful about Henrietta here, right? So... Three, two, she made it.
All reagents must be present.
Now here's the thing, right? I may feel particularly pleased with myself here, but I don't have any propaganda posters. So it seems to me heading back there, I mean, like, I can. But it's just as easy for me to go into Sector A, so we'll take a quick peek, see what's going on. That's got to be a giant that's inside Sector A. But yeah, I guess I sort of blew it in the area I was in before. So chances are I'm going to need... Okay. Chances are I'm going to need more than one section. Okay, I think this is more of a story of me not paying attention in the level rather than there being fewer propaganda posters. So, the answer to that is to smarten up, look a little more closely. Okay, my bad. I might get hit. Not quite ready to die yet. I am, however, mystified by the fact I've not seen a single propaganda poster yet. So I don't quite want to provoke anything by bashing open the doors yet. It's probably more productive for me to take out a lock. So the clicking sound I heard there told me that that was trapped. That's 2 areas now. I think this is going to be a picture. Nope, nope, I was wrong.
Yeah, to make your own selection.
Pretty sure I saw a lock. Yeah, here we go. So again, 2 benefits I get out of this. A couple points for the battery. Point for the rig recharge. And then they get another use. And then it's particularly useful for me to do on this trap because it means I now have a nice little escape route when the time comes. You may notice that I've pretty stubbornly held on to a rig recharger here. That's just because when I'm ready to kill off my character, I want the option. Again, I don't know what the relationship between being charged with the pacemaker and being I don't know, flat dead. I mean, obviously I'm dead. That's kind of the point of the whole thing. But all right, here we go. The point of this, remember, was that this was supposed to be a faster way for me to get through the level while achieving the goals. I think it is fair to say I have not lived up to that expectation. It's not a statement about the game, that's a statement about me. But given that we are in the current situation we're in, I'm going to wait out the rig recharge just so I can get that last lock. We're going to go back into the area. I'll maybe do one last pass for propaganda posters. In the worst case scenario, we just take our chances with Coil in the hallway. If there's no posters on the way to the security room, there should be at least one in the hallway. And then, of course, the obvious inference is we'll find one in the closest. Man, everything wants to kill me now. Whoa! So much for my safe little hidey hole.
It's an illusion!
So, weirdly enough, not intended, but not a bad example of trying to make the most of a bad situation as far as, you know, sudden threats appearing out of unexpected places. So, I think it's worth doing one last little pass just to see if there's anything, anything fun on the walls that I missed first time around. Obviously, if I hear very large footsteps behind me, I am going to consider a different approach, let's say. I don't like the idea of facing that down, so we're going to take the long way around. Should have a little pep in my step with the adrenaline. And that's not going to help me for opening that door. I thought I saw a poster, but I think it was just one of the windows I was reacting to. Okay, so don't hear any baddies, don't hear any giant footsteps, or giant steps for the jazz fans out there. Let's... Again, like, I would find it... Oh. I would say, sorry, I sometimes really like hearing someone Coyle's line. That one, not necessarily a favorite, but I think I laughed out loud the first time I heard "sexy bitches on my motherfucking mind." But I also wonder how many of his lines are memorable and how many are the product of the fact that he's probably the prime asset I've seen the most based off of my playtime. Okay, so there's definitely one in the hall here. You know what? Inconvenient, but call the police. I'm gonna take my chances with the other room again. Okay, no lock. Oh, for heaven's sake. It was right there. Alright, so extended detour, but we can wrap this up. Okay, I still see the picture there, so I might want to be a little careful. Sorry, I haven't been showing you all the lovely people we're helping escape. Ooh, that's gonna make the escape interesting. I mean, I could try and wait it out, but that's the coward's way out. I don't really want to rely on one of these. I'm not ready to go yet. I need to hit the button. Okay, hopefully Coyle doesn't kill me. Great. Madam, Which one's gonna get me first? Thank you. Coyle's got some good lines. Hey, where are you? Get back here. I'll confess, I also do kind of like the delivery on Kill the Snitch. It's like, I wasn't done with him yet, not by a damn sight. Obviously, I can't do his voice well, but or at all. But I don't know. Sometimes it's very nice when a character goes to 11. Okay. So I get to cash in a few of these tickets. Only one more of these jammer missions to do. So I do apologize. I'm hoping to at least sort of explain the reasoning behind some of the stuff that I'm doing in here. I don't know if this is useful or interesting to anybody, but let me know if you'd like a change of pace.
You're doing the work. You're letting the fear feed you. I knew you deserved my love. Maybe now you know it too.
But yeah, like I said, the real goal that I have with these is making sure that I'm accomplishing, I'm accomplishing the tasks that I wanted in the, in the dailies and weeklies. So we've finished out the dailies now. One more to do for the weekly. So weirdly enough, like if I just straight up lose the next mission, doesn't matter. I'm still able to take advantage of the like as long as I am still logged into the game, I believe I will still get the jammer rig. But if you think I feel bad about getting deaths, I go bananas if I wind up with a failure. Like I've had them and I need to learn to accept them, but failed trials are like the thing I try to avoid the most. Not to a point where I'd want to necessarily lower the difficulty, but yeah, I will do just about anything to try and avoid failing a trial, even if it means like I don't get to do a secondary objective or something. So I'm stuck with the jammer rig, not doing invasion. We're not in escalation therapy. We will do rebirth soon, and sleep room doesn't let me do jammer stuff. So once we finish that, there's a temptation to do stun enemies with the stun rig, but I've already got the distract them done, and if I do my escalation therapy, I'm going to be able to do the stun rig. So there is a temptation to do... I think I would be most comfortable doing the blind rig because I feel like I can deploy the blind rig. Yeah, like I feel like I can deploy the blind rig in a proper trial more times and not necessarily get a failing grade. Whereas the heal rig, like, sure, I get to use it a whole lot, but I like 20 damage. I don't know. Like that doesn't feel like the sort of thing that gets you an A+, right? So I don't know. I'll probably do the blind rig. And I mean, alternatively, I just say hang the lot of it and just find the secret room and a couple more trials. But I don't know. We'll see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I still need to sacrifice myself one more time for the. And again, I'm sorry to do Release the Prisoners so much. It's just like it's one of the ones that I am most confident. Okay, I should be careful with this. There's a couple of the missions where I'm actually feeling very confident in my ability to get through them. One of the things that's nice about the Release the Prisoners as solo, once you know the general area for the 4 maps, there's only so many places you can hide the key. And so that means, like, once you find the key, it's really just a question as to whether or not you want to do the secondary objective. This is actually one reason why I do mandatory objective.
You are the hand of freedom. When you release others, you will find release yourself. Unlock the prison and release the guilty. Then we will forgive you and let you out.
But yeah, so just basically it's the, how do I put it? It's the kind of... Okay, actually, maybe one of the best ways I can put it is, I've talked a few times about how one of the really great features of this game is how the, like how the variators keep adding so much so that you can have like familiar levels and still feel like you're, you know, either you're under threat or you, you know, you need to be on your toes, however you really want to think about it. If it's Henrietta, I'm going to feel bad. Picture's still going to make me feel bad just for different reasons. Oh, come on. So yeah, like in this case here, there's any number of things that can go wrong. There's any number of sort of things I need to be concerned about, worried about. But for the most part, right, I have a really clear idea. You know what? Have fun with that. Yeah, so like I don't know where the trap's going to be. I don't know what passage is going to be blocked or available. I also don't necessarily even know what enemies are going to be patrolling. But for the most part, I sort of feel like I have a good handle on, you know, what the other rooms look like, and, you know, where, like, what's a reasonable expectation in terms of, like, other places I should check. Sorry, I always thought there was an outside door to one of these, but obviously I'm wrong. Oh, right, no, you jump through the window to get there. And we've got a secret. So under normal circumstances, I would maybe want to be a little cautious with my movements moving forward. Simply because if I die, with, you know, noting the exceptional case of the pacemaker. A little sad that's blocked off, but there you have it. I also need to equip more throwables, I think. I might come face to face with a pusher. It sure sounds like it. So again, why am I doing all this nonsense? Because I can probably get... I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2 propaganda posters per section and I'm wasting my time here, but I don't know that for sure, so don't know if there is a trap there. It doesn't look like it. Okay, too many lockpicks, or specifically too many things that are not throwables. We'll work on that. Oops. So I should be prepared to run. Oh, crap! That was very stupid of me. Okay. So... no reason to get cute with the rest of it, like we just, go to the next region, and, try and find another poster. So under normal circumstances, I'd love to shoot the, oh, that's, okay, should be able to... Making the noise, I think, was worth it compared to dealing with a pouncer. Least favorite enemy in the game. Okay. I think I'm willing to give up the lockpick here. You know what? No. Let's... This might be a pusher. Nope, that was Henrietta. This is actually going to be a big problem. I don't think I can make it on time, but... might just give me a head start on the... Oh boy. Alright. I'm really interested in seeing... This is gonna be fun. Run for your damn lives! Okay. I don't think I'm gonna make it, but let's try. Technically, this strategy winds up losing me more, like, more points because I'm taking the damage and then I'm taking second damage to, like, kind of deliver the coup de grace, but, Now's not the time for details. Man, there are not a lot of throwables around here. Okay, so let's be careful around Coil. Okay, he jumped in the... Ooh. Big woman. Smoke gives me a little bit of a...
Please exit the trial.
Christmas coming early this year.
Oh boy.
Please exit the church.
I got bad fucking news for you, buddy.
Whee!
If you ain't get me, then why are you running?
I got nothing else. Alright, so weekly tasks are done. We can start playing normally. I'm actually going to face a little bit of a challenge for this next one in terms of finding the secrets in the regular trial. I'll show off what I mean in a minute.
Yes, a wonderful performance. Willing to thrust your hand into the fire. Suffering is the cornerstone of greatness.
All right. The biggest thing that I'll say, though, is I'm sort of done with my cheesy little trial maker runs for the next little bit. Just gonna close that off. All right. So, turn in the weekly. We already got the complete the task, so we're good to go until I think these reset the day after tomorrow. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So again, distract them. Now the good news about the stun rig here, so I only need 9 more, and my current escalation therapy is actually a stun rig. So out of all of the things that I'm going to be doing, this is probably the most likely one that I'm going to get through natural play. I'll actually go so far as to say I've been doing fewer escalations this particular relapse. Normally I'll do escalations until I get to, you know, sort of like a full rig and all the prescriptions. But, you know, I changed it up a little bit because of the Amelia material. I genuinely don't know if the, like, I would have assumed that the Amelia stuff was, appeared prior to the surveillance, and the surveillance was like a reaction to that. But I don't know. It was I actually should rewatch that Story So Far event. But anyways, I thought the getting a chance to find the hidden TVs and like see what the actual message was a nice touch that I'm happy I'm able to experience. But if I want the surveillance poster, I'm going to need to do one of these tasks. So either disable 20 enemies with the blind rig, restore health with the heal rig 20 times, or discover the secret room in 3 different trials. Now, realistically, what I want to do looks like a really good way for me to get 60 tickets So I want to do all of these, but I can prioritize. And more importantly, where the blind rig and the heal rig are mutually exclusive categories, the secret room is not. The secret room is really a function of patience. So the fact of the matter is, I do actually need to do some proper trials. I don't have a problem doing that. I mean, it is a question of timing, but we made reasonable enough time. I mean, I got through the dailies and the remaining weekly in about an hour. So in this case here, I am going to do a proper trial. And the question is just which one. But before I do that, I've settled. I think I'm going to do the blind rig. And I think that's mostly because it's the one that, in theory, it's maybe a little too optimistic to say I can get it done in one trial, but
You're still alive.
it's definitely easier to imagine that it would be done in one trial. Whereas healing, like, heal yourself 20 times, or well, heal something 20 times in a trial. If you're playing solo, it's implying that you are going to get hit 20 times, roughly in a timeline that coincides with your heal rig regenerating. Whereas a blind rig, right, like technically, I guess if you had 20 enemies all stand on the mine at once, you know, you just hit it once and you're good to go.
Good luck. Hope that works. You let me know how that works for you. Shit, man. Anything I can do to help.
So obviously that's a huge expenditure in terms of tickets, and those are pretty scarce right now. But in this case, it's most consistent with me achieving one of my goals quickly, which of course is going to translate into me getting more time to do the heal rig. So last question is therapy. So we've got A+ on Cleanse the Orphans. Oh no, these are standard. Yeah, I have an A- on Cleanse the Orphans right now. So I think I do like the idea of doing the like the special therapy, but the fact of the matter is that if I can get my A+ on Cleanse the Orphans tonight, that's 3 birds with 1 stone, right? So that's my 20 enemies with the blind rig, that's my secret room, and that's getting like, again, mowing the grass as far as the psychosurgery goes.
You are deserving of our love.
The trial is ready. Please proceed to the shop.
So with that in mind as well, there are a couple of there's a couple of priorities that I'm going to be working on in the level here. Definitely completing the secondary objective. That's basic as far, well, theoretically, if you did exceptionally well in some of the other category, I'll just wait for the briefing.
Education and faith must follow our mandates. Children will learn obedience. Shape them young, and they're ours for life. Teach the children. Give them first communion, and we will let you out.
But yeah, it's maybe theoretically possible if you do exceptionally well in all of the other aspects of the run, you may be able to outdo the loss from the secondary objective. But like, the secondary objective is definitely worth quite a few points. So it's maybe a theoretical rather than a... I don't know. I've never calculated it before. But because the goal here, for the most part, the goal here is about the... oh, okay. Somebody on patrol.
It ain't evil. It's just
I'm just waiting to hear the mine go up. There we go.
Wakey, wakey, my little angels. Let's all enjoy some angel dust, so we're ready to seize the day.
I was curious if I might be able to find another poster, but oh, there we go. So I only need 3, but clearly if I can get more, that just helps my score. The other thing, like beyond just getting the benefits of the A+, I do believe there is an experience bonus. Or like, I think there's an experience amount that you get for performing certain actions. There may be a cap to it, but...
What's happening, Daddy? They're coming for the children. Nuts to that, Chomo bullshit. I am going to kill them, Daddy.
I'm not necessarily going to realize the benefit from it, but I get points for sticking a needle in my arm. What can I say? Wouldn't say no to a lockpick. Okay, infant and boys dorm. But I do actually want to inspect all of the rooms. So like this is nice because I'll be able to fix the radio quickly. But I want to check all of these areas to make sure that I'm not missing the secret room.
not like a hobo horde. We will return to our regularly scheduled programming.
I never noticed that mask. That's awesome. I'm worried about what might be coming out the other end of that. So one of the funny things about the pushers for me is, oh boy. Whoa! It's like a 1 in a million shot, yeah. Oh, go away. God damn it, she's gonna get me again. I need a timeout. All right. So I think it's pretty obvious I got caught. I got caught off guard by the regular X-Pop. So one of the drawbacks about them doing 2 damage in this mode is like you get one mistake practically, right? If the lowest tier enemy is able to knock you down for half your health. I mean, okay, there's certain exceptions, like obviously if the pitcher throws, throws a Molotov and you only get caught by a little bit of it, that's not the end of the world. But for the most part, if you get hit by a weapon, you're down 2 health. So if you don't find any form of healing, you're going to be... I completely forgot that I'm visible down here. Okay, so that's one place the secret room sometimes is. Obviously not this time. I don't know how long she's down for, so I want to be a bit careful. Okay, that's not tempting enough to get a nose full of psycho juice, but... I was only kidding. I never wanted to go in there anyway. Oh, I think somebody hit the adrenaline again. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm definitely not going to complain about getting more points on the mine. Actually, we can take a quick peek on that. So, total of 4 hits. Not bad for... not bad for sort of a, it's on cooldown, so I want to put it down decision. I'm not exactly expecting miracles here, so I think at this point I've seen what I need. I don't see any evidence of a don't see any evidence of a secret. Obviously, any opportunities to find health are welcome. Opportunities to lose health are less welcome. Probably should have taken that opportunity, but if I want, I can try and open the garage door, but it's not really like, I mean, come on, this is not a huge wait. Bingo! This is why we do this search. Alright, so I see how to do it. I'm screwed. Oh no. I don't think I'm making it out of here. Yeah. See, this is the sort of stuff that does make me a little salty. Like, I'm all for... I'm all for a good challenge, but I do sort of feel if you get cornered like this and there isn't like a credible escape, it's just sort of like why have the option for a why have the option for like what basically why not just have an insta kill, right? Is sort of where I fall on that. Again, like the thing is that I can complain about it. I can complain about it all I want. Like it's, you know, I played poorly. I didn't necessarily need to rush this room. Choices have consequences. There are lots of other ways I could have played this. There's not a guarantee that I'm not going to. It's actually not guaranteed that I'm going to lose, that I've lost my A+. There can still be a situation in which, I use my rig enough, or well, sacre bleu. Yeah, more of that is a really good way for me to not achieve the goal. Questionable as to whether or not I should be hiding in here again, but it was the one that I knew I could do. This is not where I want to be, but... So I do think I kind of wasted that earlier mine that I put down. I believe I get points for putting the rig down, although obviously it would have been better.
These are my radios!
Would have been better to have it trigger on some enemies. Again, I think I only get 2. Good news here. I actually didn't see where the radio was, so I'm gonna sneak out. I could have sworn I heard the, is it Cocaine? I don't think it's Cocaine Blues. It's definitely a real, a version of a real song. Oh, we're in the right area for it, so probably did. I'm not good enough to know what room that corresponds to, though. So I don't want to risk the mine there. Damn it.
No! It's dancing time! It's
I don't have any glass, sadly. There is one bit of advice that it gives that I actually think is unhelpful, and that's, it does say if you stand still in the dark, you're undetectable. That is very, very not true. I would even say probably on some of the higher difficulties. I don't know this for sure, but it definitely feels like on some of the higher difficulties, there's a larger than expected detection radius when something's beside you.
Don't you touch me! I'm sure they didn't mean it!
I meant it.
Oh, children!
Back to reception, right? Yeah.
Jesus had a dinner party for everybody who was on his team. He knew that someday he would come back from the dead to reward the good people.
So yeah, look, I mean, it was sloppy up here, right? I did find the secret room, but I did also lose a life, and you know, to get the A+. So first of all, my expectation for myself is just simply that I don't die, right? Like, psychosurgery is the highest level, at least that you can sort of directly command. But that isn't like a light. That's not like, to my view, that shouldn't be the excuse to like, okay, well, you know, it's hard, so I'm allowed to underperform. It's like, no, you know, you go to the higher. You go to the higher difficulty because you've built up those skills, and you can handle a larger number of the Okay, I definitely want to take 1 to 4. Right, so like, okay, good example, maximum population of brutal enemies. Okay, yeah, don't get hit. Well, what were you doing in the, what were you doing in the previous levels? Were you like running around wanting to get hit? No, yeah, so it's like, okay, but maximum population of them, fine. You know, you need to you maybe need to keep an eye out for more of the bad guys, but. Right, so yeah, there's a couple of bad guys who are definitely creating some challenges for me. I need to take a longer time getting through this level. But theoretically, the things that you would do in the lower difficulties, they're kind of it's more of a matter of degree rather than like some sort of brand new challenge that you need to deal with. So, I mean, again, I do need to be honest, like, I obviously die more on psychosurgery than I did even on intensive, so it would be foolish for me to say that it's, the difficulty is irrelevant. But I also don't think it's wrong to point out, like, it is hard to articulate the specific thing that, I don't want to say permits the deaths, but like, what's the most convincing excuse that I would give for, for like losing a life in the psychosurgery? And the honest answer on it is that it's a mistake that I theoretically could have made in one of the lower difficulties, but for one reason or another didn't. And if that's true, then it's like, well, then that means I probably shouldn't be... I mean, again, psychosurgery throws more stuff at you, so the probability of you, like, making a mistake is higher, etc., etc. But, like, basically, these are all challenges that I know I have overcome in every single one of these levels at least 3 times before, in the form of, you know, my previous runs through introductory to intensive. And so... if I need to, I'll run into the room here, but yeah.
Baby, take a whiff on me. Cocaine habit, mighty sweet. Pulls you out of bed, get you on your feet. Baby, come take a whiff on me. Sneak along down to the booster patch. Get you so high, knock you on your ass.
Oh no! I'm so frightened by the pouncer enemy. Whatever will I do? Alright, now that's something that genuinely scares me. This is not a good place for me to be hiding from a pitcher because they light up the area. I would have liked to try and put a mine down, but this is not gonna... This is not a room that's gonna get me to, so... Looks like these guys are still patrolling though, so... So I'm hoping I get a second hit from one of those, but we'll see. I do need... Oh, that's right, we're basically at the end. There's one more set of tasks for me to do, but... we don't have any more sections of the building. I have sort of changed the way that I look at this level when I'm looking for the secrets. Like there's the radio part, right? So go to the different dorms, see if there's a secret in that area. Then there's the film room. Now I will confess, I actually don't know if I've ever seen... This would be a really good place to put a mine. Mostly just interested to see if I can find a brick or a bottle. This is one of the biggest things I've noticed when I went back to a, oh, actually... So I'm gonna resist the urge to put the mine down here because that's really only gonna be relevant once the end of the level comes up. Stop the blasphemy, please.
I'm trying to leave.
Okay, so heart and eye. So this is the third of the area. The films are the second. Is that the eye? Yeah. But yeah, so the reason why I kind of carve up the level that way is gonna risk it on the. That would have been great if there was a heart there, but. I may need to provoke. Interesting. I really thought there was some sort of passage through here. Maybe it's blocked off? Yeah, I probably already checked this out. Didn't check out that star though. So I'm gonna take another route. Partly just so that that mine can reset and they can hit it a second time. Huh, I always thought this was blocked off. So I don't exactly need the extra energy in this case. This is more, again, just getting those easy points. One small drawback is that I did sort of deny myself the advantage of the adrenaline at a time when I might want to be carrying the fuel container. But can't have everything. Mind you, in certain scenarios, there's at least one character who says, anyone who says you can't have everything you want when you want it. Okay, looks like they triggered that mine more than once. That's inconvenient. That's fire. Appropriate. Whoa! I still want to murder the hell out of me, so... Alright, bit chaotic there. I'm not too worried about the health. I'm actually more worried about the pouncer seemingly nearby. I'm also a little worried about the fact that there we go. Alright, he's gonna yell at me. Fuck off.
I'm only trying to help.
Okay, now he's speedier, so I gotta be real careful here. Normally I'd probably try and close that for the benefit of blocking, but nope. It was probably a bad call on my part, looks like. Again, based on my experience, if there's a successful I really don't want to waste something that gets me more than one health point. All right. Okay, so there's the gas in this area, but I sort of provoked the night vision guy. I think at this point, 21 seconds.
They'd never believe it. You think I'm deaf? You won't get away like that!
Okay, he's gonna catch me in a minute. And Skitterman's gonna cause me trouble. So I need to remember where... Yeah, not looking good. Actually, this... Oh, here we go. That is... No! Oh, Jesus! I genuinely thought he was gonna make me go cuckoo. Alright. I have a few things I want to do.
I wonder if they make these for looking through claws.
I'm kind of calling bullshit for a minute, but whatever. I feel if the mine's down, it should trigger when they're attacking, but I'm biased on that particular determination.
Boy, I tell you, if I had these in the war.
I may have to drop this and run.
I see everything! Everything! I'm gonna watch you.
I definitely can't get past the duck here, so
You can't
it depends what
hide.
direction
You
he
sure
moves.
can't hide from the man with the X-ray eyes.
Yeah. Okay, this is the time I want to move. If it's a pitcher, I'm gonna be so sad. Well, he might cause me problems too. God damn it. So
I hear you.
I was gonna say, I might have been able to make it. Might have been able to make it with a few of those earlier errors, but I think 2 sanity losses and all the damage I've been taking, I should give up hope that this is the A+ run. I also think it would be a good idea for me to find something else to throw. I don't want to move like heaven and earth for this, but if I can get a... Ooh, yeah. If I can find a rig recharge and a... something to throw, I'm going to be really well set up for the finale. So like I said, not moving heaven and earth. I will do a quick check upstairs because that's the least likely to have, particularly the infant dorms. Not quite ready to throw away the master key yet. It's like almost 3 minutes left on the timer. But I do know where to get another throwable. It is possible I've exhausted my options with rig recharges. Thing is, it's not... Okay. She's the one who caused me trouble before. I'm not exactly giving a thorough check here, but it's also because there's a giant running around ready to kill me. Okay, we're gonna do one quick trip to the boys' dorm, and worst case, we head back to the infant's dorm, grab something to throw, preferably a brick, but not necessarily. And actually, I can go back down to the classrooms here too. No way! What on earth was I thinking? And why am I running in circles? Man, that was a disaster. All right. Infant storms. I also spent a lot of time running, so this is gonna get a little interesting. Again, didn't mean to spend this much time working my way through material we've already seen, but I do have my mine ready to go. So, again, making sure that might be Henrietta based on the sound. Yeah. Which will be a bit of an adventure when it comes to the last part of this level. I wonder how that's going to work. In fact, this may be bad to put down with Henrietta running around, but one of the easiest ways I can nullify her is to saw like my life depends on it. Sorry there. She hasn't burst down the door yet.
And know that the Lord Jesus, the same night when you pray, don't pray, and keep praying and say,
We're actually really close to finishing the... Alright, so Mother Gooseberry's going to run in and talk about how she disapproves... Actually, she's going to come running after me. Now you see why I put that mine down. Don't mind me. Even if this doesn't have value as a hiding place, this is good for has the benefit of giving me extra stamina. So that was a really good finish. It's just everything before it that sort of sucked. B, fuck you. But we got it done in 45. Oh yeah, it's the 10 damage and the 3 lost sanity, so. Also, we're really close to a rebirth, which will help me with some levels. So that was actually, I mean, by the standards of like what I'm trying to accomplish in terms of getting the A+, that was actually a step back because my previous run was an A-. But it is a good excuse for me to do another run of Cleanse the Orphans.
Good. Almost good enough. Is that your ambition? Are you striving for almost good enough? The therapy only gives back what you put into it.
Another round of Cleanse the Orphans gives me another chance. Sorry, just give me a second here. It occurred to me I may not have sent a message, which I should have a while ago. Okay, we're good. But yeah, another round of Cleanse the Orphan. So just to take a look at my track record here, right? Let's say we have another round like that. Hey, it is D-Pain. Great to see you. I've actually had a very quiet chat tonight, so I really appreciate you bringing so many viewers in. I know you've heard me talk about the Outlast Trials and the way the way it makes me feel. But I hope you're all doing well. What were you playing tonight? And actually, because I'm not in the middle of the game, I get to shout out the good man. I'm actually, I don't recall, I don't remember if I was playing the game on Psychosurgery when you stopped by last. I believe I at least got to say Happy New Year to you. But anyways, for those of you who don't know him, D-Pain is a wonderful broadcaster and a proper variety broadcaster. I don't think you were playing, I think it's called Peak. I don't think you were playing that, or maybe it was RV there yet. No, I think it was, anyways, I feel like it was one where you were like climbing up a, no, I think I'm getting this wrong actually. No, you were playing RV there. Were you? I'm actually doubting myself now, because those two games are now fixed in my head, and I think I'm actually mistaking you for Revive Snow, who is playing. Anyways, you have saved me by saying you were playing Kingdoms of the Dump, which I have never heard of, and I would love to hear about, if you can give me your elevator pitch. For those of you that have bothered to stay around after D-Pain's raid, hearing such a completely disorganized broadcaster, sorry. Hey, Anime Hero, good to see you. 7/7 of their name, sorry, not just any Anime Hero. Yes, and please tell me about Kingdoms of the Dump. For those of you not familiar with me, I've been in a little bit of a weird place with my stream lately, because I have not started each week saying that I'm going to be doing lots of Outlast Trials, and yet that is actually something that is quite, that is something that has sort of turned out. One of the things I like about this, for those of you not familiar with it, there is a series called Outlast. I think the first game's about like a decade old now. It was definitely not the first to do sort of the first person, you can't fight back style horror. But I would say it's a bit more fast paced than Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I think Amnesia: The Dark Descent really works because it has this very kind of oppressive atmosphere with a slow burn followed by like these sort of orchestrated moments of terror. And obviously there's some cases where you'll get caught by one of the servants, and then they'll sort of like, run through. But for the most part, I think it's the atmosphere that's really what makes that work. Outlast also has an atmosphere, and it's, it'll have its set pieces and things like that, but it's a really good narrative experience. I really do feel that it's one of the games that really accelerated maybe some of the existing shifts in terms of what was going on with horror games. And they made a sequel. Sequel was also quite good. I don't think it sold as well as the first one if I look at the Steam reviews. Although, again, like, there's a difference in terms of years between the games. And I imagine the original Outlast has been in more like bundles and probably gifted a bit more. But Red Barrel's Canadian developer, and in fact the first Outlast game was made using Canadian Media Fund money, so that means that Canadian taxpayer dollars went into funding this gross horror game, and I absolutely love it. Kingdoms of the Dump is an RPG where all the characters are trash cans and pests. Pretty fun. That actually sounds like a fun setup. I will have to watch your VOD. I know I don't get to watch you live a whole lot, is D-Pain, so I should check the VOD on that, because that actually sounds like something I might like to play. But one of the things that has really worked for me on this, so I first of all just like the Outlast games. I've done the first game on the insane mode, and it's DLC on like the insane mode where you only get one life and you have to play it all through. You have to do that one continuous save throughout. Very fun challenge to do. as a kid, excellent anime hero. I used to be in BC. I'm in Ontario now, which I mean it's the most populous province, so I'm assuming it's probably the easiest one to assume that people are from. You did the first game, don't think you played the second. Interesting. Yeah, the second one is unique. I have thoughts. I don't necessarily think it's bad, but I get the impression that there were different directions that they might have wanted to take it, and I get the impression that it might have maybe taken longer than they were expecting, and so they had to sort of make some decisions in terms of how they were going to wrap it all up, which maybe were a bit different from what they'd originally planned. But the thing is like maybe they tried something, found it didn't work, and changed. Right? There's unless the developers actually talk about how they made this thing, it's all speculation. And I do think there's an unfortunate tendency especially for gamers that sort of go into the files and see things that aren't in the final game, to sort of take it as this final version that was never, that was denied them. But the fact of the matter is that sometimes stuff is cut for a reason. They can't make it work. It's not as fun. And like usually it's play tests that will decide that sort of stuff. So I don't necessarily think we need to like always listen to the developers and take their version of events. Like I also remember, I think this was, I will go into the game, just I know when I do the trial, I'm going to be a little less coherent. I remember when, was it Ghost Recon Breakpoint came out? I remember there was, oh, wonderful. I've really wanted to visit the Atlantic provinces. Actually, there's a couple of things that are funny about so Nova Scotia, from what I understand, first of all, had a pretty good game dev scene. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the developer of Tunic is from that province. And from what I hear, it's got like this vastly underappreciated startup culture, right? So like everybody thinks like where are you gonna do like when are you gonna found up your big AI well, probably if it's an AI startup it'll be San Francisco, because like they're all just basically thinking the same thing, saying they're original thinkers. But like from what I understand, Nova Scotia has this like secret weapon of very innovative companies, and there is a little bit of a challenge bringing in the talent, because the flying under the radar thing, or sometimes even money, that it goes both ways. But because it is so pleasant to live, apparently it's been a bit easier to retain that talent. Now again, I can't know that for sure because I'm not there, but it's actually one of the I'd like to go visit all of them, to be honest, but I don't know. I spend too much time at work. Anyway, sorry. So now that I know it is D-Pain has played Outlast, there's one thing that really struck me about Outlast Trials when I first did it was I was first worried that it would be co-op only, and you absolutely can play this as a single player experience. There are a few things that are a bit different because when you play solo. But I say for the most part, this is a really solid game as a single player game. What also struck me is that I never would have expected that sort of a first person horror and like this narrative heavy game would translate to multiplayer, right? Like I would assume that it's like, this is, a very successful brand and they're going to give me an experience, but it's going to feel like something other than Outlast. And in reality, this does a very, very, very good job of taking the single player experience of the first two Outlast games and translating them into a game like this. Surprisingly so. I genuinely did not think it was possible to do that. I mean, again, I'm also not a game developer, so maybe I just don't know any better. But one of the things that it's done for me is it's also shifted my view. I think D-Pain's had to hear me rant about this a bit, but this has also shifted my ideas in terms of like live service games. So I don't really like the way that PC gamers talk about mobile. I think they talk about it like it introduced free-to-play mechanics and like that live service is a plague. And I will absolutely grant that there is a spectrum of implementation. Some of the games do it very well, other games do it very poorly. But what I have found is, in addition to the fact that it gives me that Outlast feeling in this multiplayer environment, one of the things that makes this very streamable for me, particularly if I'm feeling tired or I get started late or something like that, is that the par time for the MK challenges are 15 minutes. The full trials, the one that I just did, is 45 minutes. And like, first of all, it's a little bit like Fortnite, right? Like, you'd think that Fortnite, because you're constantly losing, that would be an unpleasant experience. But of course, what people tend to do for these battle royale games is they just load up the next game because that sort of that incremental cost is like really low. And like everybody's losing in it, basically. And you can kind of contrast that to Dota, particularly like Dota at the really low skill levels, because one of the things that's true for like low skill Dota games is like nobody knows how to finish. So, you have these like hour and a half long, slogs. I'm sure the game's changed a bit to like adjust for that now. But like, that one of the teams is going to lose. And so like 5 of those people are just going to hate each other because it took like 90 minutes, 2 hours, to finally get smushed by, by the enemy team. Whereas here, even if you fail, right, like you don't have that massive time investment. And they do include a number of variators, like you have these basic trials, but the individual features of what passages are blocked, particularly on the higher difficulties, what passages are blocked, where the secret room is, all of these different things. It varies enough that even if you're very familiar with the map, like there's enough variation and you not kind of need to keep on your feet. And so, realizing how enjoyable I found this. So I played it a little bit during early access. Like I think I did about 20 hours in the early access. Liked it. Stopped playing just because I got too busy. But when I came back to this, I guess this would have been around October or November of last year. Now I'm like over 10x the time that I've spent in this game. When streaming, a lot of it's spent in this menu, so I can rant about it. But this is an example. And of course, like the one thing that's maybe missing inside of the actual environments would be some of the narrative elements. Although one of the reasons why I did this on Wednesday was to sort of help with the help me distract them challenges, where there's like an escape attempt, and the sort of harbinger of that was these television broadcasts by a character, Amelia. So they're doing some flashback episodes where you get to experience that, and for me, it's the first time I'm seeing these things. But they are developing the world a bit in the evidence that you pick up throughout the trials, and so again, for me, that's an exciting thing, because I like the setting. It's a prequel to Outlast 1 and 2, so you get to learn a little bit more about some of the characters that appear. There are some things that you would have thought as sort of like throwaway ideas, whether they were intended or not in the sequel. Like, so the Book of Noth, sort of the scripture made by the cult leader in Outlast 2, makes references to the spider-eyed lamb. And I will actually say, if we have enough time, I'm actually going to do a rebirth mission to wrap it up, assuming that I complete these, because we will have enough rebirth tokens for it. But you can learn, like, it's sort of your Manchurian Candidate like activation phrase, Spider Eye Lamb. And so if you've played the Outlast Trials and you play Outlast 2 again, you will realize that this is sort of the Project Lathe training seeping through. So what it sort of indicated to me is that, in this format that, a lot of a lot of gamers want to try and I don't know, like want to sort of decry as a step down in terms of gaming. I actually think, like, in terms of the amount of enjoyment of a Red Barrel's experience, I have spent more time in Outlast Trials than I think probably Outlast 1 and 2 combined. I've actually spent real money on this so that I can get some more of the cosmetics. Like, I enjoy it enough that I do want to spend some more and show it that support. I actually do wonder if this game could do even better if they actually made the first 3 levels that were in the early access like a completely free experience, and that what you pay for is access to the subsequent trials, right? Because I think one of the things that people dislike about the free-to-play model as implemented in PC games is that you have that, like, box product mentality still, where you pay for that initial access like a Costco membership almost, but what you're doing then is you're paying for access to something that's going to continue asking you to pay for for access to the new stuff. And to a certain extent, I think this is a this is what I get for talking too much. I think what some of this is doing is this is a way of making bigger and more ambitious games, and then just saying to the audience, how much do you like this? Like, how big do you want the experience to be, right? So, like, the core game is not necessarily smaller than what you would have gotten in the past. But, if you want the really big and expansive experience, right, that's when you buy the deluxe edition, and that means that you pay up for the DLC, right? And they're basically just like, essentially what they've done is most people look at it as like, oh, they're taking away some of the game for us to make us pay more. But what the other way of looking at that is that you have a higher quality base game at the price, like at what the premium price used to be for the old games, older games that weren't as fully featured, etc. And what they've done is they've created an optional version with even more, right? Rather than doing a sequel, they've created, a bunch of DLC to play, and it's sort of up to you to decide how deeply you want to engage, right? Like, if you're a maniac for Assassin's Creed, it probably makes a lot of sense to get the deluxe version, even if it costs like $120. Whereas if you're just sort of like, I want to see what Assassin's Creed is about, maybe you just get the base version and you decide, later on, maybe that's going to be your thing. But again, I need to acknowledge that is still a business practice that people feel uncomfortable with. And so there is that side of me that says, is like, what if you're bold and you drop the other shoe and you say that there's actually no friction to trying this game out? And what you do instead is that you acknowledge that, if I like this thing, then I'm gonna pay up to experience the full run. And the thing is that I'm in no position to say that Outlast Trials should try and do this, because from what it looks like, it seems like it's quite a successful game. I think its reviews on Steam, even though I believe it initially released on the Epic Store. I'm playing this on Epic, for instance. I believe it's comparable to the first Outlast game, which was, again, a successful game, and it's a game that's a decade old. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's made me think a little bit more about business models for games, and like how I know there's a popular conception of live service like ruining games, and yet in this case I actually think a lot of the things that I enjoy the most about this game, the fact that I have these like bite-sized morsels of Outlast experience to play, and that there's a whole lot of variety, and that it hasn't sacrificed on the interesting story or any of the other things, but I feel like I get more value out of replaying old experiences. it's one of these cases where I'm like, this really is something that has made the game even more enjoyable. But anyways, we're going to talk about psychosurgery, cleanse the orphans, trial, 1 to 4 players, 45 minutes, education establishes obedience, and faith makes it manifest. Teach the children, give them first communion, and make them ours. So the variators for psychosurgery: increased threat 2, maximum population of brutal enemies, unreliable doors, extra barricaded. Man, they really don't like me. Really don't like me talking. I'm just gonna jump into the next one. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, is what all of this says. And if you have any questions, let me know. I feel like I've probably like talked D-Pain's audience into a coma, and they're off to watch something more exciting. But I really like the game, so it's hard for me to not to enthuse about it. But the most sincere form of flattery will be to show you how dare you read about what you're supposed to do before playing. So just a reminder here, I'm doing this one so that I can disable 20 enemies with the blind rig, and I don't have my A+ in this already, but I feel reasonably comfortable with this level that I think I have an okay chance of finding the secret room. And we can even try and do that before the end of the level. Alright, here's the briefing.
Education and faith must follow our mandates. Children will learn obedience. Shape them young, and they're ours for life. Teach the children. Give them first communion, and we will let you out.
Okay, so one of the things I want to do,
Please proceed.
I still want the points for having people trigger the mine. Nothing throwable, sadly, so I'm going to see if I can maybe sneak around the edge. He's going to hit me, probably.
These doors don't have locks.
I should actually probably run at this point because they're stunned. I didn't even know I could get in through here. Interesting. Thanks. So unfortunately, getting hit by an enemy does knock down your score at the end. So that is the sort of thing that could potentially cost me the A+. On the other hand, I'm one step closer to achieving my task. Just so I can be clear on that, the tasks are the sort of thing that give you bonus tickets to buy cosmetics with extra. I don't know if they give you experience. I think they do give you a bit of experience. But in this case, I want to hit someone with the blind rig 4 more times. So I also want to heal myself because if I get hit by the prime asset, the big bad, That's basically a guaranteed kill right now.
Is the way we show that we promise to stay good. No matter what happens, we'll have faith. We'll never change our mind.
Okay, Infant Storm, Girl Storm, and Boy Storm.
But that's not why we have communion. Heavens, no. Communion is how we remember a deal that the good people made with Jesus.
Let's see if I can get in here.
And because of the magic trick of communion, you know if you're one of them. Because it won't taste like crackers and juice. It'll taste like fresh
So like last time, I want to check. Okay, somebody's banging through the door. Couple things I want to do here. One, I want to find more resources. And then two, I want to see if I don't think there would be a secret room in here, actually, but there is health. That's a lockpick, so don't need that. I want to be a little careful, so I do want to go through this door, but I can hear an enemy to the right. Okay, fortunately they're looking the wrong way, but... Okay, I do not want to go anywhere near her today. Sacre bleu! Oh crap! I'm pretty sure I'm dead. Yeah.
Mother's friends,
I feel bad about that one, obviously. Like I wish I could have done better. Worst one though is just I still don't know how to handle getting cornered like that. I'm actually gonna try and lure people by the mine. Figure the least I can do is get yeah, I need to find a better strategy for I don't want anything to do with that picture coming after me. Yeah, exactly. This is why you never want to become a famous streamer, you know? This is exactly what you need to deal with. So, no secret room like last time. There's a room here, just not a secret one. But yeah, I think looking at... Oh yeah, I should explain this. There's a secondary task in this game where you radio course not in this room. Oh, but the big lady is. Oh, come on! Actually, come to think of it, that was dumb for me to go to the front, like, or that, that was dumb for me to go to the place that I did. Okay, that's... I'm not feeling good about this. Worst thing I did, actually, was I didn't take advantage of the mine after I died. So... Hey, right here. Fine.
We're gonna take a ride.
Anyway, yeah, like, this is a lost cause for an A+ again. And, you know, a shame. We're still going to go through to the end, because I definitely don't want to get failures. And, I still need to find the secret room. Even if they break down the door, that's fine. It just means they're getting away from the place I'm worried about. Yeah, so we already did that. Yeah. So, it does say go to the reception desk, but I still want to check out the, I think it's the boys' dorms. Okay. It's possible the secret is... Oh, actually, there's a couple of big things I want to do. I am currently on my last chance, but there's an easy way for me to replenish that. Oh, hang on. I think I got this mixed up. Okay, I shouldn't be wasting energy like this. I genuinely don't remember if I've checked this out yet. So what I'm basically looking for here, there's a big confidential door, And then near it, there's a couple of light blue buttons. So I'm going to make a guess that it's not available in this area, but... I think I already did this with the Infant Storm. So if I don't find the secret room... if I don't find it in the film section or that third section, I will actually go back up to the dorms. Okay. Oh, not good, not good, not good. Let's just get out of here. Okay, I want to get to classroom 1 when I can. Oh, cool. It's both 1 and 2. Now, there is a possibility that there is a secret by classroom 1 and... 3 and 4. Okay, bad luck. No secret here. And the pictures... So the drawback with the picture is that it's a technically a ranged enemy. Oh, come on! Ah. I refuse to die. Nowhere for me to hide in there, but... So, obviously I want to try and find some healing, but I've at least bought myself a little bit of extra time. I will also say I've been a bit more reckless now that I know my my A+ is blown, so. That's like a terrible excuse. Again, like you should play to do your best, but alright, hopefully I can slip around the edge. I shouldn't just stand here waiting for them to find me, but... That's my blood. Oh, come on! I wanted to lock the door, not... I also need to use the mine more. Anyway, I got a couple things that I can do. I do have a lockpick, so I just need to find whatever whatever locked med kit. This is not a locked med kit. It's actually trapped. I can't quite hear what that is. It's not Henrietta. Actually, you know what? There are some. Okay, here we go. Actually, I think. No. Oh, damn it. There we go. Oh, that's what I was looking for. And clearly, I... I'm gonna try running by this, but this could be bad. Okay, made it. I'm gonna try and be, I'm gonna do something a little reckless here. Ecor B, how you doing? Let's see if I can get to the second one before the bad guys show up. Camper. Oh no. I'm super careless. So, I'm partly going up here less... Okay, Skinner Man's eating me. I think I'm gonna die again. Nope, made it, but... yeah. It has not been a good showing, let's say. I'm doing this on psychosurgery. Now, my last run was an A-, so I was feeling like I do okay. This has been a disaster. I've like died multiple times, I've been getting hit by like really. I gotta see what this is. Oh crap! Of course it's blocked. God damn it! I'll get that bottle later. Actually, you can get points for healing. Whoa. Sure sounds like there's a pitcher in here with me. That is the most difficult difficulty you can select in the base game. If you do escalation trials to a certain level, you will get Ultra and then Ultra 2 difficulty. Yeah, anyway, so you wouldn't know it from watching me play, but I have gotten an A- on this one. And then this time I've like died multiple times to like really stupid and simple things. My current task that I'm working on right now is discover the secret room. I think it's most likely in sort of the graveyard section of this. D-Pain's presence is truly terrifying. He adds like 2.5 difficulty levels to any game. They may come through this door. Nope, but they are around the back. There we go. We're fine. D-Pain, if you have this game, that is dangerous information. So I normally use X-ray, but I needed to do 20 enemies with the blind rig, so I'm working with the blind rig right now, not by choice though. Probably, I'd say my first choice is X-ray, second choice stun rig is kind of nice. But the thing is when you play on psychosurgery, you do have that drawback of, sorry, just give me a second. Okay, 15 seconds. Yeah, the drawback on psychosurgery is that it extends the time for, it extends the refresh time. So you just simply don't get as many opportunities to use it. So like this is I fully leveled up the blind rig specifically for this challenge. So like this is down for 410 seconds. Now in fairness, I believe the blind rig is like a fairly long cooldown to begin with. But definitely the feature of psychosurgery is that it absolutely costs you in terms of timing. Oh, okay. So obviously there's an annoying way to treat this as like, oh, John Gamerson, player of games here to tell you should play this on the hardest difficulty. Oh man, I would love to see the three of you play Outlast Trials together. Sorry, I'm just gonna stop the blasphemy. But yeah, I will say, like, one of the things you may notice if you start playing on the higher one, the way that I did it was I kind of took a mowing the grass approach where I did everything on introductory to get my A pluses. And then then I went to standard difficulty, and man, I really thought the secret room was going to be here. It doesn't matter, it's not going to mark it because psychosurgery doesn't let you have notifications. Not great. Doubly not great. Oh, there we go. I've never seen one down here before. Alright, so we've got... Also, the night vision guy's gonna come kill me.
Why would you do that?
Oh, here's a question for you, Ecorb. How do you feel about the pouncer enemies? The ones that hide in, like, hiding spots and, like, leap out at you. Oh, damn it. Okay, need to find fuel. These ones. Oh, see, I don't get jumped. I just get annoyed by them. They're like my least favorite enemy in the game by a very, very wide margin. I used to be more annoyed by the sleeper / screamer enemies. Okay, he's probably, yeah. Okay. Oh, here we go. Alright. There's one. Sure, come on up here, night vision guy. I should open the door and just hear him yell.
Someone let the porch light on for me. Works like magic, they said. You'll be alive. Fuck the boots! Let's see you bleed! Come play!
Okay, not quite what I wanted to do, but I still get the points for it.
Sure is bright in here. Criminals.
I don't really think I need the... Ah, you know what? Let's get the special key anyway. he's probably gonna come back and try and get me also. I need to be a bit careful here. The drawback is one of the paths to the generator has one of those exploding ducts. So the catch is that if I run, then I'm going to make more noise, but I'm going to make noise before I need to do those 3 pulls. So if I come from this side here, I need to be careful I don't like land on the mine or anything like that, but I'm going to just generate less threat taking this other direction. So there's no way around that. Like, I'm gonna have to make noise, but I can pretty reliably hit the 3. Not when Noisy's making a scene. Okay, you know what? Oh no! All right, we can make this work. Okay.
Can't see a fucking thing! Hey, you, come here!
He can't see me here,
Run!
or shouldn't. Apparently he's impervious to light now. You know, I can probably get health in this upper part. Oh, that's Henrietta. Oh yeah, bet you haven't seen this before, E-Corby. Do you ever have a Terminator come chase you down in your in your session? Actually, there may not be a way out for me here. So yeah, if she catches you, there's no recovery. There is actually a way you can enable her to be like permanently part of the level, which was the challenge, like the oh. Come on. I need the eye.
Everything else is a dream. Listen, wait, alive? Innocent little man.
God damn it. You might hit me. Oh, I'm okay. Oh, come on. I'm losing a bunch of points for the sound, but again, I know I'm not getting an A+, so... which again is still loser talk, but... Alright, I'm gonna take a quick minute here. This is basically about waste... Whoa! I forgot you can crash through that stuff. I think she lasts like 3 minutes in the level. Fun fact for you, E-Corby. Doris, who sells you your slippers, former lover. I do not want her running over my mine. I'm gonna have to find another way there. Oh, cool. I do get 2 mines. You might say I'm of 2 minds about it. Alright. Back to work. So yeah, those blue blue bars and things like that, or wood. She also kicks through those, opens up new parts of the level. So Henrietta, I believe, is Doris's former lover. Oh. There's the eye. Well, the pusher may have something to say about this. Well, I hope I'm convincing you of its value. I'm gonna switch out the special key for that. If your Easter isn't like this, you're going to the wrong church. Yuck, 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 yuck. Go away, Mother Gooseberry. Nobody likes you. Uh-oh. I don't think I can get this down in time. Damn it! Okay, I'll give them a merry chase. This is gonna get really dicey. Actually, I'm going to go around the side here. Okay, now we can leg it. Oh, this is so... No, this is a bad idea.
Okay, Mother can play that.
Correct, although you can enable them. No, that's fine. I'll be fine. I'll respawn and go to the entrance. The thing is, I've already got what I wanted out of the task, and I knew I was never going to get an A+. So I wanted to see if I could get a... cheeky little mine in it. But like, I already took like 101 different pills. The only thing is I don't have my stuff to throw. So, solid D. It's like, I think 3 deaths on that one. I think this is the highest I've ever had, yeah. This is like maybe my 2nd D. Project funding is in trouble if we don't improve results. Now, here's a question for you. Oh, that's funny. 400... Okay, I need to make sure I do not get future Ds. Have you ever seen a Rebirth E-Core-B? Because like I would have normally finished off at this, but that was a terrible run. But I got exactly what I wanted out of it. So
Even failure is an opportunity to learn.
Easterman's not mad; he's just disappointed. So they changed this from when I first played. Oh, okay, this is fun. So let me just go back to my room. And set a few things up. So I'm big into the story, so you know, I've read all this on stream at some point. So I'm just gonna turn in the stuff that I wanted. So technically I don't need to worry about the health rig 20 times, but I don't know. It's something I want to do. Now, normally I do the X-ray, and when you do Rebirth, it doesn't count towards your tasks. So I'm gonna.
Maybe that'll give you a fighting chance. Hope that does the trick. If that gives you any trouble, let me know. Enjoy it.
I don't actually need it to be prepared for the trial I'm gonna do. So there's like 2 sort of, not really end game things, but they're sort of, they're like progressions. So you'll see here I've got this relapse plaque. So once you get to level 99, you can relapse, which takes your character back to level 1. But you get a permanent upgrade. So you can take one of the amps. I've actually changed. I do like the one where you can escape a grip. That's really good for Henrietta. But I didn't know that at the time, so I went for these. I'm starting to lock in a few of the prescriptions. But basically, I think it used to be when it was like 10 in the early access. But basically now when you get 100 of the Rebirth tokens, you get to join the Reborn. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with this game, if you try and go through this... But you can talk to this gentleman, and you get to find out what the therapy is all about.
Oh, shit. You actually finished. Okay, hold on. I gotta read this to you. Congratulations. You have completed enough therapy for release into the world. If you can pass a final trial alone, you will earn your freedom. This will cost you your identity, but you will be allowed to keep your achievements. If you agree to these terms, simply walk through the door. That made sense to me. I mean, I'm kind of lost.
All right, I'm just going to read this out. Rebirth. You have earned the right to attempt rebirth, but the path you take to rebirth is your choice. Solo rebirth will return you alone to the mansion where your therapy began. Communal rebirth will take you on a mirror image replay of a trial, alone or in a group, a reflection of all we've accomplished here. If you succeed, a new reagent will take your place in the facility. All your current progression is kept. Dr. Hendrik Joliet Easterman. So it costs you 100 of these rebirth tokens. I've not done solo rebirth. I'd like to, but you get a newspaper clipping. So I want to do the communal rebirths until I have all of those. So I'll set up those. And at the end of this, we get to see sort of the final stage of the of Project Lathe, kind of the whole purpose for this thing. Although I'm curious, E. Corby, do you know why we're doing this? Why they're abducting like homeless people and subjecting them to the trials? All right. I don't know if the cutscene at the end will show you, but ooh, downtown. So Franco's gonna shoot me with a shotgun. Have you encountered Franco yet?
You are your reflection. A dishonest pose for vanity and self-abuse. You are trapped. You are blind. You are meat. Until you destroy everything you see in the mirror. Destroy the lie and release yourself.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm like super into the Outlast series, so I can easily answer everything, but you haven't. You just Coyle's got some great lines. Franco is probably my #2 favorite in terms of his voice lines. But you'll notice here, right? See how all this is in reverse? Everything's reversed, including the radio and the like the locks. It is astonishingly disorienting. Like everything you think you know about these maps, like just don't even try. Like kidnap the mistress. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So it also gives me an unknown variator. So rebirth, your records box is hidden in the trial, find it and return it to the drop point. So first thing I want to see is this the one where, okay, it doesn't cause bleeding. This one's kind of fun though, because I need to make sense of all this backwards writing. All right.
Cocaine. I need somebody to hurt me real bad. Discipline the little bastard. Make him stand at attention. Eddie's soldier. These girls start hurting you. They don't stop. That's what I'm looking for. Give me the cocaine.
I am extremely amused by that dialogue. All right. So remember all those radios I was playing with before? Well, hope you can read in reverse. The other thing is that in the other trials, the optional objectives are, or the secondary objectives are optional. You'll notice in the top left it says mandatory. So I need to find my records box. So there's going to be sort of a mirror image of me lying around with the records box somewhere. I need to find 3 radios with the code phrase. There's something down below. This is detrimental to your schoolwork progress. If you want to focus on that, and then I can take a minute, like when I know something interesting's about to come up, I'm happy to let you know something's about to happen. I don't think this is psychosurgery difficulty, so I probably shouldn't worry too much, but... Alright. Somebody's gonna come and murder me in a bit, so I'm gonna run around. Sounds like a plan, cool. Because right now, I'm just gonna be looking for the mistresses. Actually, right now... There we go.
That really turns me on. I can't get it up no more. You're telling me this why?
So,
I need you to hook me up with one of your girls.
the radio I'm working with right now is one of the code phrases.
Spider. Spider. Spider.
Somebody hurt me.
Spider. Spider.
Bastard.
Have a good night, it is D-Pen.
Spider.
Whoa, let's not... Okay. I still don't know what the variator is for this one. It could be like... Yeah, it is a little funny that... The Cocaine Spider sounds like a great movie idea, by the way. This is a little funny that I've got like the two radio missions on top of each other.
Hey, who's in
I'm gonna take a quick peek around. Yeah. I don't think that really got me anything, but... Yeah, now is not a bad homework time, just because I'm going to be looking for the next... I have 2 more radio frequencies for the, like the actual mission. And I have 3 more... I have 2 more radio frequencies and 1 more... whatchamacallit, okay, I hear... Yeah, those guys here. I still have to find my, my records box. Oh! That's the prime asset. Sorry, I said that was going to be a good homework time. Okay, well, obviously... take advantage of running into... Sounds like the next one's nearby. So at least we've got the mission done. That looks promising up there.
Spider. 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 Spider.
Spider. Spider. Spider. Spider. Spider. Spider.
Ah! He's still shooting me. Okay, let's see if I can get this done real quick.
Land. Land.
Okay,
Land.
I'm also going to want to find some health.
Land. 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 Land.
God damn! Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. I mean, I guess it wouldn't have been the end of the world if he caught me with the bonkers spray. Franco, on the other hand, can do some real damage, so let's
Enlightenment is out.
Okay, so I have one more. Problem is, I haven't done a really good investigation of the area, so probably not. It's probably not that hard to find the third radio. Less confident in my ability to find my duplicate. I got nothing. Oh, that looks like my records box right there. I just have no idea how to get to it. Don't like that. Yeah, it's in there.
Italians and spiders. You gotta be careful of the little ones.
Oh, it's a picture. Drat. Actually, that's not so bad. Take a minute to kill the trap, just in case. Okay, Kirby, if you can spare your attention from the homework for a bit. I mentioned that there's a records box, so as you go through the level, you will eventually find yourself and this records box. So deliver the records box to the drop point near the shuttle. You can't leave without it. Oh, I see. Okay, it's whatever, the cameras, the thing that's the current event right now. So this will be a little bit of a pain to drag across the level, but after that we can focus on the we can focus on that last radio, and then actually I'm gonna switch out the antidote. Okay, Franco's probably on the street. Okay, somebody's on patrol, which I don't like. I might be able to go through the sex shop as long as there's a window for me to jump through, but I don't know if there is. There is. Okay, so I can just run to the location and drop it off. So now I just need to find the last code word, which is easier said than done, but now that oh, Franco's back. I really don't want to be running. Whoa! Okay, never mind. Okay, let's just run down to the sewers, and I can look up and see if there's no radio up there, so I shouldn't worry about it. All right. I'm pretty sure I would have seen it if it wasn't. Oh, come on. Henrietta's back. Where do I even want to go for this? I mean, she's gonna force the choice in a minute. Okay, I think this is going to put me out of commission for a little bit while I hide from Henrietta, but I also don't think it's a disaster to sort of stay on the lam for a little bit. So presumably she's going to barge through the exit here. Yeah. Heavens to Betsy! Whatever will he do? I will probably want to run, though. Alas. Definitely hear Franco. But again, the big question here is, where do I find my last code word? I could be convinced that it's somewhere in this area because I did have to run. If it's not obvious, those things will damage you and also alert the bad guys that are in the area. Alright, and Henrietta just went home. So, if I'm not mistaken, the way Henrietta's modifications work are that basically if she doesn't follow the directions, it causes her immense pain. Okay, we were so close to, you know, having this all wrapped up, and I'm sort of accustomed to... Oh, hell. I'm accustomed to having to search for the, like the normal, like the cocaine, radios. But like looking for 6 is a tall order. I didn't know you could cram so many into a level. I still actually also don't know... I technically don't know who the mistress I need to get is. I also just don't see a whole lot of value in searching for that until we know. All right. Any guilty knowledge I can use with the X-ray? No. I am going to find out what mistress just for simplicity. B2 is the scythe in the fire station. So didn't exactly want to go to the fire station, but just as well that I know. Nothing I saw indicated to me that the radio was in that area. Ooh. Are you kidding? I threw a... It's 3 bottles to get him to a place where he's just gonna come running around and beating me up again. Oh, so it turns out there was an area. Anyways, this is who I need.
Flavor country. Won't know what your limits are until you've gone.
Shouldn't I have like a brick here somewhere? Alright. I will not say no to adrenaline when I'm carrying Mistress. Okay.
Son of a bitch! I got a condition!
So I'll at least exfiltrate the well, sorry, not fully exfiltrate, but like ah, here we go. That's the last code phrase. I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to find more things to throw before I finish the level. Ecoby, just for your benefit, I'm not like ready to properly finish this, but I've completed all but the final objective, so I'm going to be heading towards finale pretty soon. Made a bit simpler by X-Ray telling me where I can find things to throw. Alright, run away. Wrong one. Oh, Franco's in the area. I didn't want to waste the adrenaline here, but okay, so I'm going to want to run out pretty quick to get to the exit, but we'll drop off the Mistress. Okay, Franco already heard that, so... Okay, so he wants to guard the start of the trial, which is fine. Hit the button. I'm also gonna hide. Okay, no, he definitely saw me. So stand and fight.
You know who my father is? What the fuck?
And we're done. And now we watch a movie.
Servants will obey us absolutely. They will kill for us and die for us because they will believe with absolute conviction that our goals are their own.
The Telegram. Final. Probe exposes Scoutmaster. Patriotic Boys Club disbanded amidst scandal. The Lee Acres Patriotic Youth Social Club was raided by the police Sunday afternoon after its founder, who could only be identified by this reporter as Scoutmaster David, was taken away in an unmarked car. Described by the boys' parents as a homegrown alternative to the ROTC with a focus on anti-communist activities, the social club was marred by rumors of crimes against nature and vandalism. after 2 boys vanished during an Everglade camping... ... I do feel bad for speeding up through the credits. Actually, we might as well skip if we're speeding that fast. But I have done the full credits for a while, and I'm about 45 minutes past. So I will show how it gets you back into the trials, or your replacement reagent back into the trials. My previous one is out in the world doing Murkoff's bidding. Or maybe the CIA's bidding.
Welcome to the therapy. I'm Dr. Easterman. I want you to think of me as a friend, a father, a confidant. Somehow I can't help but feel like I've met you before. Like a princess in a dream. Maybe this place was made for you, and you for it. Maybe there's no such thing as too healthy. No such thing as too much love. I think you and I may achieve something miraculous.
Proxy reagent. A reagent has earned their freedom, and somebody new must take their place. Choose a new identity. You will lose none of your progression. You have all the same rigs, upgrades, and accumulated trauma. You have lost nothing and still have so much to gain. So we will change the appearance. I've pretty much... I know, like, canonically, this is just a different person that came in through one of the Murkoff charity centers, but the gentleman knows what he wants. So, I think I go for these ones. There we go. I wonder if there's an option to, like, pick a preferred item of clothing, because I obviously have a lot. There we go. So that's my usual fancy look. But I also have costumes, which basically make me look like part of the trials. I will actually point out, I don't know if you have done the resort yet, but there's actually there's like a puzzle that's inside of it. And if you, I mean, like, if you want, you can usually find the solutions for this stuff online. But of course, some of the fun is like to realize in the game that there is a puzzle and that, you know, you can try and solve it. But yeah, if you see somebody wearing this, it means that they solved the puzzle in the resort. This is my Christmas outfit. This is what you get if you do a relapse. So that's like starting over from level 1 again. But the one that I've been going with lately is the one that I got from the Project Diarchy catalog. So, and then identification. Where are we? I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure this is Marta from Outlast 2. Oh yeah. I may at some point like change it to this. I mean, this one's bragging rights, but yeah, I don't know. I like the way this looks. All right, and you get 10,000 experience for doing a rebirth, so it's pretty good if you want to level up your character. And you get a bunch of stamps and green tokens, and generally it's not a bad idea. I believe your blue token, your rebirth tokens, cap out at 1,000. Now, it looks like I've lost all my stuff. That's not actually true. I should maybe just say, for the benefit of people who haven't seen the, like, tutorial for this, that whole, like, black and white sequence that you saw done in fast motion, that is basically the tutorial without, like, the actual gameplay bits inside of it. So I'll load... Actually, I guess I'm going to do stun for the... I'm not going to do it tonight, but I think... the stun rig is... So these are the ones you can see that it says like permanent on incognito. That's because of my relapses. How many green tickets do I have again? 10? Okay, I'm gonna wait before I load out. Actually, yeah. Let's say hello to Mr. Noakes and
Yeah. Hey.
build up my stun. I won't be prepared,
Hope that does
but
the trick. Good luck. Good luck with that. Maybe that'll give you a fighting chance.
So decreased cooldown would have been nice, but...
Keep your head down.
Alright, the last and most important thing, we got ourselves a whole bunch of tickets tonight. Oh, let me just take a minute here. So newspapers. So I get a new newspaper for each of those group therapies. So I don't have 24, 23, 20, 17, 12, 7, and 2. But lots of horrible things done. Caracas burns. Timely. But the real reason we are here is for the loot. So this is the historical Geister. So I owned the game during this, but I sadly didn't play during all of these events. So I spent a bit of money. I don't know how much you do the catalogs, Ecorby, but one of the things I really like about the live service element to this is that, like, when you finish the new U catalog, there are 10 pages, each of which give 100 of the Murkoff coins, the premium currency. So as long as you keep doing the seasonal catalogs and you fill them out, you're always going to have enough to buy the next seasonal catalog. Whereas these ones, these are the seasonal events that that occurred in the past. So the deal on that is that you don't spend any money if you get the items like during the event, and then if you if you want them after the event is done, then you get the option of spending. I think it's about, I think like 500 Murkoff coins are like $5 basically. Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't, sorry, none of this should sound like it's a quiz or something, Ecorby. I just figure it's kind of nice to talk about some of the features that that come up. So I can show you here. Like, so the stamps that you get catalogs. So the first one that you'll be doing is a new U, and then you'll spend these stamps that you get just by playing the game. But you'll see here that you get Murkoff coins. So these translate, well, I mean, it's a one-way transaction, but the only other way that you can get the Murkoff coins is by spending money on the premium currency. So you'll see that on each of the pages through this catalog. And there's absolutely no like, you do not need to rush for it at all. It's like, this is at your own pace, whatever you want to do. But once you complete the 10th page, you'll have 1,000 Murkoff coins. And the cost for something like Project Lupara is 1,000 Murkoff coins. But you'll also notice that there are 10 pages, each with 100 coins. So we're currently in Season 5, Project Messiah, again, 10 pages with 100 coins. And so when Season 6 comes out, you don't need to spend an equivalent of $10 of real-life money. By the way, I'm speaking in Canadian dollars here, so I'm sure the U.S. cost is a little bit different. But basically, as long as you move from like season to season in terms of the catalogs, you never have to pay more than what you did for the base game. And then if you're like me and you want to like max out, so I got all the like winter kills, winter outfits and things like that. So now the algorithm I'm sort of applying for buying up all this stuff is I did winter kills because we just finished that seasonal event. And the pattern seems to go Geister, the Halloween event, winter kills, the like Christmas event. Then there seems to be some kind of special thing, and then there's prime time, and then the cycle goes back to Geister, winter kills, prime time, and then every once in a while you'll have these like special events that happen, like Countdown and Amelia and things like that. And then if you want to get like more tickets, like doing the daily tasks, the weekly tasks in the store, every 24 hours you get a daily Murkoff box. There's like lots of ways to get the tickets, but it's obviously like the way you get that stuff is by playing and enjoying the game. So but the live service has absolutely got its hooks in me, so I very clearly am like doing everything I can to fill this stuff out. So on my own time, I'm gonna get 9 more enemies with the stun rig. And then at some point over the next 3 days, I will restore health with the heal rig 20 times. And then go back. So in terms of the difficulties that I've done all of the police station on psychosurgery and gotten an A+. For the orphanage, I've done Feed the Children, Foster the Orphanage at an A+. The flashback therapy, so this is actually a special event that they did before. This is the one Under Surveillance has all of the cameras. So the funny thing here is I've actually done Cleanse the Orphans on psychosurgery with an added difficulty and gotten an A+. This is the thing that actually drives me crazy about how badly I was playing because I did that one successfully with cameras that like will damage you and alert the enemies. But, you know, what are you going to do, right? But I've more or less got all the stuff from the special event. But if you want to do, if you want to get some of the extra tickets, like some of the things, complete 6 trials in the Under Surveillance program, etc., etc. And most of them do not have difficulty limits. Some of them will say, like, you know, do 2 on psychosurgery, but like usually, like when it says complete 10 tasks in this, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so you can pick 2 that you don't do. Well, yeah, it's the thing is, like, you know, I like this game a lot, so it's very easy for me to just log in and, like, do my daily, because that's my thing, right? Like, I really enjoy, you know, trying to get to the point where, like, I am, like, even in psychosurgery, I'm consistently saying, I know I'm not going to die in this. And like obviously I was sucking this last time around, and it's not because I was using the mind, right? Like it's because I was, you know, my eye was off the ball. But I also had like 400 or something tickets at the end of this session to show for it. You know, that does include like a very large amount coming from the rebirth. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun. So I've done 19 reagents, so 6 more of these, and I get a couple of special trophies. I think you keep getting trophies up to like 100. Do you enjoy the task completion aspect of it? Just trying really hard to complete your degree, so I'm restricting. No, that is a very good thing to do. I almost like I did okay. I mean, I got into grad school, right? Like so, and I got through that. But the thing is, the like. Even though I did well, and I think, you know, I can't complain about how it turned out, but I definitely feel, and the one thing I would say to anyone who's like at that point, like I can sit down and reflect on the fact that is a very unique and limited period of my life where I was able to just engage with a lot of ideas. You know, there were prerequisites and things like that, but for the most part, I was, you know, I had a degree of freedom in terms of the topics that I chose to engage deeply with, in terms of like research and such. I had access to, you know, genuinely world experts at on some of the subjects that I was studying. And the thing is that like I was really into Dota at the same time too. And again, like I had a very good time at school. I feel like I learned a lot, and I feel like I did well. But I can't really say, oh, thank heavens, you know, that was really the peak of Dota. Like I am so glad I mastered my Vengeful Spirit support. You know, I really can't, all the time that like I sort of sacrifice some of the stuff that I could have done in school. Like none of them, like, you know, I've got some Dota cosmetics to show for it. Like that's it. Streaming was really good for that because it, you know, like eventually I'm like, yeah, my gaming time is my streaming time. So, you know, 9 hours a week or whatever, which is still a lot of time to spend on gaming, by the way. But yeah, it's tough, right? Because it's like even just reading a book, it's really great to read books. They're very enjoyable, and it promotes a type of thinking that you don't always get to do. And I understand why people say that they are finding it more and more difficult to read nowadays, because it's very easy to turn on YouTube. It's very easy to like open up Apple TV and watch 3 episodes of Slow Horses back to back. Like reading, one of the reasons it's good for you is like you practice. Like, this is one of the reasons I'm not gonna knock your decision to do audiobooks, eCorby. Like, obviously my feeling on this has always been like people should do what they enjoy and like what works for them. But like one of the benefits of reading is like it does force you to sit down and focus on something for an extended period of time without it having this immediate reward that you get from like playing a game or watching a movie. And like sometimes you got to eat your vegetables. Yeah, it definitely, like that's why I said like I don't want it to sound like it's it's knocking it, because again, like you, especially when you're like doing a degree, like it's honestly excuse me, especially knowing that I ran out of money at the end of school anyway. Like one other thing I should have done was just lived closer to campus. I had a 1 hour commute, easily a 1 hour commute, probably longer, one way to campus. And like 2 hours in a day doesn't seem like a whole lot, but if you consider that usually we divide our days into like 3 8-hour periods, one of which is for sleep, all of a sudden you're saying, it's like, okay, would you give up, which quarter are you giving up? Well, it can't be a quarter of the time that you're spending in school, because that's really bad, right? Are you giving up a quarter of your leisure? Well, that sounds easy to say, but like chances are you're not actually spending 8 hours of leisure like when you're in school. Chances are you're actually spending some extra time studying, because that is a really good time to do that, and it's the time you should be like knuckling down and really like putting in the work, because it is a very fixed period of time in which you will be doing something that you will essentially have to motivate yourself. Like, so again, anybody can study, anybody can learn new things at any point in their life, especially now, right? Like multiple, like there's tons of for-profit education, right? Do you want to learn Linux Foundation has a bunch of courses, right? Do you anything computing, right? You can subscribe to O'Reilly, like the O'Reilly platform, right? Which is more than just the books with the animals on it. There's like courses, there's tons of courses on that. Coursera or Pluralsight or like all of these other ones. Don't even need to pay for it, right? There's lots of YouTube channels. Now, I think there's varying quality among those YouTube channels, but like, let's be real, not all of them are bad, and some of them are actually like Yale courses published. Like I think Don Kagan's Peloponnesian War. Sorry, it's not just Peloponnesian War. It's like all of ancient Greece. I listened to it on podcast. I didn't realize it was a very video series, but yeah, like that's available to you, right? So I mean, again, anybody who wants to learn something, it's never been more available. But yeah, I mean, like, people go to school for a reason, and like I said, it's the analogy I draw really is with reading, because there's like 100 different reasons not to read on any given day, but if you repeat that day over day, all of a sudden like 5 years go by and you can't actually remember the last time you read a book. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why where I can, even though I'm going to like interrupt homework time with a bunch of Outlast trivia. It is one of these things that it's a decision I have a lot of respect for, because again, even though I don't necessarily think I did a poor job with that time management, I definitely feel like I could have done better. And I could have done better in almost a trivial way, by just taking the time to realize that I can you know, I'll have games for like the rest of my life, but I'm not necessarily going to have access to like world-class scholars on the subjects that I'm interested in. Husband's home from work, so you're going to catch up with him. Have a wonderful evening. Sorry to blather so much, but it was a pleasure hanging out. If our paths cross for Outlast Trials by any chance, or if you want to play, feel free to. Actually, I should do this for anybody. Sorry, you may already be off, but I believe there's like a friends code in this. Yeah. For those of you that want to add me on Outlast Trials, my code is CD56-0686. Yeah, have a wonderful evening, Ecorbib, and in fact, everybody. Because I am going to get some sleep. I just wanted to clear out the alerts for all the new goodies that I got. Yeah, no problem. And again, please don't feel like I'm not going to be personally offended if you keep your game time to yourself. Like that is completely fine. But obviously, I know a thing or two about the game, so if you want a companion to take you through the horrors, I'm happy to go through it. Anyways, have a great evening and good luck on the homework. I'm sorry for being so distracting. I've got, well, a lot of them. All right, there we go. All right, who do we have online? Catico is actually, it's a tricky. You know what? I know well, okay. I kind of want to raid Revived Snow. But I will do the shout out. But I am going to raid Catico tonight because she's playing Resident Evil 2, which feels like a slightly more, I don't know, it feels a little more on par with Outlast Trials. So I'm probably going to hang out in Revive Snow's channel, though, so. Anyways, I will be back on Monday. I will try to focus on XCOM 2 if I can. But I do also intend to do a little bit more Outlast Trials on the Discord for those of you that happen to like that. But anyways, I need to get some rest. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy Catico. Take care.